Alright, and back into it. We're certainly moving things right along progress-wise, gaining infrastructure, gaining powers. Unfortunately, had to cheat a bit at the end of yesterday because one of our hard-crafted items did not get scooped by the collection system and ended up despawning. It could be argued that that's my fault for not checking on it, but really, what's the point of infrastructure if it doesn't function? All this iron ore is still cooking, gold is cooking, more iron is cooking, silver is cooking. Yeah, we need to do something about our limited amount of metals. What I feel like we need now is more Vintium dust. And I'm not sure that we have an easy way to find some. It would certainly be easier if we had a sample to work from. So I guess we head down into the deeps. These guys look fine. Our backpack situation is fine. Though, speaking of our backpack situation, this one I'm getting kind of tired of, and I don't think we need. So I'll just strip everything out of here and put it into the storage system. Except for a couple of these. We have a higher level hammer now, so I'm kind of curious what that'll do. And we have, honestly, quite enough bundles. To the point where I can put bundles in bundles. Can a bundle do anything? Nope, it's not a crafting ingredient itself. So at first opportunity, these spare bundles and this backpack, I'm just going to throw in some lava. Don't need them. This farm thing has not yet produced any potatoes. I don't know if it can do so on its own, or if I need a farmer to do it. Not that farmer. That farmer's my good trader. Look at that. Now one melon and one pumpkin are worth an emerald. We have greatly improved his economy. The bookshelfing is getting easier. I think I only need 2 more. And then I can fill out the rest of these spaces with occultism candles, because they also increase enchanting. But as for destroying this backpack, and these backpacks, the cactus will do just fine. Now I don't have that huge bunch of bundles. I still have bundles, just not nearly as many. We go looking for stuff. Probably not this stuff. That's too big a vein. Is this iron under that water? It is exactly that. And there's something else underneath here. Lapis. Nothing wrong with some lapis. But the chief reason I'm down here is to find some more Ventium. That's lapis. It was blue. I got deceived. Some more general metals wouldn't help either, other than copper. But way too much copper. Honestly, wouldn't mind Chimerite either. Was that the right one? That was the right one. All this lapis isn't really helping, but I suppose it's nice to have. And I certainly don't mind more iron. What could this be? Silver. More silver. Nothing wrong with silver. It's just not what we're after. And what we are after is still refusing to show up. But that's okay. A mining trip is a mining trip. And this party doesn't stop until we find some Ventium. Or we get jumped by faction elites. One of the two. Copper and salamoniac everywhere. More vast veins of copper. Not what we're looking for. Ventium tends to be in smaller clusters. That's not it. How about this one block? Copper. The smallest copper vein ever. We have an imp. Bunked it to death. That's not a dead thing. Those things are annoying. They throw debuffs at you. They used to be worse, actually. I think I saw a projectile. They used to be hit scan. Just the creature sees you, dings its little bell, and your life gets harder. Whoa. He's a friendly. He is not. Now he just mage bullet the pixies. Also, bats are supposed to have those sharp fangs. Look at all the bats. Ooh. Things are going wrong. Noises are happening. I've been spotted by one of the little demon bell dongers. My big problem here, though, is that I'm out of food. Which is kind of a big deal. So I'm going to grab this. And oh. Council of Wizards recall. Saves the day again. Anyway, I need some food. I remember having a ton of baked potatoes somewhere. Not here. Didn't we cook up a ton of baked potatoes one of these past days, and then the villagers downstairs wouldn't take them as food? Where did those go? It was like 3 stacks of baked potato. You are supposed to be taking these medals and giving them to him. Have you forgotten how to do that? I guess he forgot his extraction point. Weird. Well, we're on the job now. Alright, so he now tends the potato. Which still hasn't solved our food issue. Normally by this point in other mod sets, I have arranged a way to simply have infinite food. But that has not occurred here. Also, what happened to all the ordinary fish that we fished up yesterday? For that matter, where's our fishing pole? There's the fishing pole. There should be some fish somewhere. There's the salmon. And there's the cod. So put the fish in the main storage system. Let's get these grilled up. Also grill up a bunch of pork chops in multiples of 8. And while that's happening, I'm taking this beef. And this raw beef is going in here. And all of our red and squishy ingredients. We'll deal with those sloppy noises at a later date. Our to-do list still involves that Eldritch Orb, the Faction Artifact, Follow an Eye of Ender, Magic level 45, Sanctum Ritual, Runic Anvil Enchantment, and Transcription Table. Lots of things to do, not least of which is making a transcription table. Chalk, 2 bowls, a table, and an armor stand. And of course there's the Animus Dust, which I should make more of anyway. Requires Vintium. Still trying to find more of that. With our new ample supply of food, we return to the mines. Probably copper or coal, probably copper or coal. That one's small. I don't know if it's Vintium small. No. But dark ore is still valuable stuff. And I'm happy to have it. One thing we should also be on the lookout for is amethyst pockets like this one. Because we still need some of that, and geez, I'm just really taking in how much of this undermap is lit. Just all the places that we've been and placed torches. It's pretty wild. And if we go this way, I'm kind of seeing an amethyst geode in this direction. Okay, it's much farther. It's up here. How do I get much farther in this direction? What are you, little iron? That is a whole bucket of blood in a single stand. I'm taking that. I know I'm getting spun around, and this is not the way I want to go. Uh-oh. Bam. Those things are no longer particularly threatening with a spell fast enough to snipe them. I'm getting closer. Need to be further north to get into that geode. Hello. I thought that was gold. If that was gold, I would have mined it. But more iron? Not right now. further south now, and there should be a lit tunnel in this area. But I think this is a new tetrastructure. Do I really want to plunder another one of these? Ooh, those are new noises. We are near a deep dark section. Which I very much don't want to be. Oh, come on, why can't I swim out of here? Well, at least that skulk sensor isn't setting off anything. There we go. A sharp little broom maneuver. I'm going multiple kinds of the wrong way. Whoop. That guy's a faction problem. that geode is here, I guess. That doesn't seem right, though. I thought we were going to one closer, like through this wall-ish. Yeah. Basically above us, based on that. And we passed it. Here we go. This is at least one of our goals. I'm actually kind of surprised this geode isn't cracked on one side. They usually are. Or maybe I'm just thinking of another mod. There's a mod for the fabric loader called Spectrum that's very heavy into geodes. And I don't think I'd ever seen a geode under Spectrum that wasn't cracked open on one side. So you can tell how often I get into vanilla geodes. Alright, that's every crystal in the place. There's calcite, smooth basalt, blocks of amethyst. Next up, claim more of the amethyst blocks. Because I happen to like amethyst. calcite is kind of a take it or leave it block. It being such a brilliant white is very nice. But aside from decoration, can't do a thing with it. And the smooth basalt has no uses at all. Can't even work it in a chipped bench. We're not having any projectiles glitch out on us. Perhaps because it's still early in the day. Yeah, that's a nice amount of amethyst. But perhaps we shouldn't forget where this is, or how to get here. We'll rename that when we get home. And that'll be our teleport point for this geode. Now, how did we get in? Here? Here. Still looking for more Vintium ore and haven't found a whisper of it. Will it tell us anything about where it comes from? No. If I retreat in here a bit and consult my book, will that tell us more about how to find Vintium? Well, it's definitely not a mundane material. Also, this is how to synthesize mundane materials. Making poisoned potatoes, making prismarine shards and crystals. Making crying obsidian involves infusing it with a gas tier. Fascinating. But that's not what I'm in this chapter trying to find. Vintium. It exists. That doesn't help. Chimerite. Lore-wise, you can't notice until your magical senses are honed. With 5 experience levels, you can find it in emeralds. 10 experience, you can find it in diamond. 20 experience levels, Minecraft experience levels. Actually, maybe mage experience levels, I don't know. You can find it in coal. No mage under level 20 would see it in coal. So that doesn't tell us how to find Vintium. What are you? Iron. How about this 2x2? Iron. It is a strange day where I'm being disappointed by iron. Gotta get some more lighting around here so we don't have things spawning to surprise us. This looks kind of like a dark gem formation. It is exactly that. I guess, because this is the shape that we saw dark gems in just a few minutes ago, honestly. Silver. Another dark gem, which I feel like we've seen this dark gem group before. But that almost can't be. Another mining shaft, and this is a geoblock. Deal with this. Deal with this. Only our second vanilla dungeon. Hello there. Also not really what I'm looking for, but a very welcome sight. Anyway, I'm getting distracted by the dark. Let me go check what's in that dungeon. These cobwebs, do these do anything? Oh, I need them to summon the Drickwing. So I'm glad I have that. And there are just two options for summoning Dripwing. Which one of these is wild? One of these is tame, that's why. And you can use a workbench to alter the appearance of Cobweb. Interesting. Don't like those noises. Something's creeping around. I feel like there's a creeper gonna jump out at me when I open his chest. Wheat and bones, seeds, a disc that I don't know if I have yet, and a box of eternal closure containing a vengeance spirit. That's all it says. Now, just vengeance spirit is useless. Vengeance spirits are supposed to be vengeance spirits of a specific creature type. It just saying vengeance spirit is about as useful as if it just said mob or animal. And you have pork chops back. Gotta eat those. The purpose of vengeance spirits in the box of eternal closure is that they are used with another Evilcraft machine to basically function as a compact mob farm. We haven't made that machine. It's a very expensive machine to build, and somewhat more expensive to run. Uh-oh. Round a corner, see that much cobweb, you know what's coming. Tiny green spiders. Fortunately, they are somewhat stupid, but apparently not stupid enough. I thought he'd get stuck on that fence post. We still have no sign of Vintium ore. I must be too deep for it. So I'm finding a lot of great stuff, but none of it's what I'm here for. It is comforting, though, to just be able to drill down and around and wherever. Uh-oh. And not have to worry about how I'm getting home. Because I can just teleport back up to the surface. Salamoniac. Don't need it. Silver. Useful but unnecessary. Another geode block. I saw it twinkle. Somebody has a backpack. In this tetrastructure. Also, there's Skulk. And a forge hammer, at least partially powered. Fully powered. There are crates. Another geode. I just don't want anything to do with this. Even with all that noise going on. I have a tier 2 hammer. Oh, my hammer is a tier 2 hammer. Wait. My hammer is looting. I think that's what I want for smashing geodes. Then again, maybe not. I guess I need a hammer with fortune to increase the yield from smashing geodes. Either way, we're going back up. That's the wrong spell. This spell. Bam. And this can go in our book. It has another interesting position. I definitely don't want it there. That's fine. Not exactly an optimal position, but as we fill out our book, we'll get a catalog of more interesting places. We have elemental sachets to put away. couple of fleshy resources, and a lot of stuff that needs to be crushed. Hang on. I did say fleshy resources. That deposits all those. Come on down to Crunchy Town. Deposit all my raw ores. And have them tripled. Cook the iron, cook in the silver, cook more iron, I suppose. That's not enough charcoal. Fill that up. Everything else has enough. That can go there. Top this off. And we still have more that needs to be cooked. Which is a bit of a later problem. I'm kind of wondering now if I can put Vinti on my offhand and have Ore Seeker trigger off of that. That's going to be a no. Because we know that one is coal. So this does not work for that. Animal Pen is going a bit crazy. All this coal at these upper altitudes. More copper. I need a little bit of the blue stuff. It's just not forthcoming. This is a neat little valley. Stuck in the water. Broom can't move in water. There we go. We've got copper and dark ore, coal, but not what we want or need. Though glow lichen is kind of on the list, so it's not a total loss. Ow. Somebody is being rude. heard the death noise, so pretty sure we took him out. And yep, we managed to fly back into our regular mine. Which I guess is where I wanted to be, just not quite this low down. And this dark gem is nice, though. Really gets us on the way to that mob farming machine I alluded to. What if the Ventium ore isn't counted as an ore and can't be detected by my clairvoyance spell? There's no reason it wouldn't be if I can see modded ores like dark ore. We're just having a bit of a problem, and that problem is, oops, all copper. And whatever this massive vein is. Oh look, copper. Surprising no one. Stow basically everything. I'm really starting to think the Ventium ore just doesn't appear this low. Or at least has a reduced appearance this low. Why Why can't I cast my light spell here? There we go. And there's a pixie. Wizard bullets. My primary attack spell is effectively done. Well, working from the hypothesis that Vintium ore doesn't appear at deep slate depths, what depths should I be at? Oh, you're very large. And very much not stuck. I can't hit him because my own broom's in the way. So I guess we'll leave him be and continue scouring these upper-ish stone layers for the ore I am so desperately short of. But it really does seem to be all iron and copper. And other things I simply do not care about right now. I mean, look at all that copper. If copper had anything resembling a use, I'd be interested. But it basically doesn't. This lone block up here is making me wonder. It's iron. It's a single piece of iron attached to another cave system. That's what we're looking for. Whoa. Huge copper deposit. So here's what we're going to do, and this was the plan all along. We get this Vintium. Put one block of Vintium in my offhand, and that tunes the Ore Seeker spell. So now it will only highlight Vintium ore. I never would have thought that was Vintium. It looks too big. So now I can hunt all the Ventium ore I want, because my ore seeker spell is highlighting only that. There goes my pickaxe. That's fine. We can fix it in the field. That's with this, and this, and actually I don't even need this. Because my main weapon is a hammer. Oh, and this gives me a honing? Even better. Some durability. Oh, and I need the backup hammer to actually perform the upgrade. I give it speed. .09 speed. Yeah, amazing. 0.08 on the handle. 25 durability on the tool butt, and 0.09 speed on the other head element. Not great options for honing. I guess we'll do speed anyway. Maybe speed can compound in some way. Put these things away. Put basically everything else away. And now, back to hunting specifically for Ventium. I know I saw a little flicker of an ore block a couple of steps ago. I just wanted to get this offshoot lit. They're going... where was it? There. There is, sadly, no way to multiply Ventium output. At least none that I know of. It can be blasted, smelted, and calcinated into a mineral salt, which is just a terrible idea. And as for collecting it, you can uncraft blocks, you can blast the ores, and you can farm imps for 1. 25% chance of 1. The Lantern Wraith, 0 to 2 at 1/3. Pixies, 0 to 2 at 1/3 chance. And Spellbreakers, which are my allies, and I don't want to kill. Although, an idea forms. wonder if I could use that mini mob farm machine on these mobs. These Mana and Artifice faction mobs. Because if I could capture an imp and then process it in a mob farm eternally, kind of appropriate given that it's an imp, then I could just farm fire sachets, blaze powder, this mark. More valuable than the air sachet, and also the mark. More valuable than air and the Fey mark. Yeah, I would just need to capture an imp soul, which is possible. I just don't have the tools for it currently. But yes, the idea forms. The soul enslavement of hell demons. Which is basically ethical, right? You know, turnabout is fair play. It's usually the demons that are exploiting us, so you turn the tables back on them and start exploiting a demon soul. That's basically ethically sourced. I guess I'm kind of right about Vintium not being this deep. Because I've got Clairvoyance running, I've got Vintium in my offhand to tune the spell, and I'm not seeing anything. So this confirms, that Vintium ore is simply not at this depth. Pretty much, period. Which means our previous mining was almost entirely a waste of time. You know, except for all the useful resources we did get. There's also none around here. Ow. Whatever. 43 Vintium ore is a really nice haul. We can Wicked Witch of the West our way right back home. And keep one of these on hand for tuning purposes in the future. There's the air sachet. The rest of these, though, need to be cooked. That pickaxe goes back. This becomes my shovel again. Food at the ready. Ore needs, well, we have enough ore crushing. We need to cook what we've got. This lapis can go into the system. Using 161 stacks out of over 1,000 stacks. Seems like a pretty good... Oh, there's the potatoes I was looking for. They were in my inventory the entire time. We'll just ignore that. Oh yeah, I have far too much inventory. I actually deleted my second backpack earlier, and now I've got the storage system in the warehouse, an entirely separate backpack I haven't done anything with. That's this purple bag here. The main backpack that we've had the whole time, that I've upgraded several times now. And I think that's everything. Anyway, all this Vintium, and I wanted to make an inscription table with it. That's what this was all for. No. Transcription table. Animus dust. Animus dust is why we wanted all the Vintium dust. Animus dust is made with a circle. So, these three ingredients and the circle glyph. 1 and a 2, 3. Mr. Owl. One circle. There's our dust. Now we just use the power of redo. There's all our animus dust. We only need one of these, but it's nice to have a stock. It'd be even nicer if I had a place to put the stock. So what we're going to do here is transfer all of this stuff to the storage system as part of an ongoing experiment. Off you go. Right, so there's the dust, armor stands. I know I have some armor stands. No, I don't. I was sure that I had some armor stands. I do, they're just here. Planks make a table. So we have table, dust, stand. Now it's 2 bowls and a wizard chalk. Wizard chalk, bone ash, dust, paper, flint. dust, ash, flint. I'm going to need to process some gravel into more flint. Which I can use the transmutation spell to do. That's good to know. And then paper. These are maps. This is paper. There's our chalk. And 2 bowls. Ingredients ready. I'm throwing them in here even though I've already forgotten whether or not it was a mana weaving recipe. Just going to assume. It absolutely was. Volnus, relego, volnus, proptera anguli. It's like playing in Verbis Verdis all over again. Volnus, relego, volnus, proptera anguli. There we go. And I will put this here. No, it doesn't connect. I thought it would connect to the other desk elements. Maybe it'll connect to this one? No. Well, that's a bit disappointing. It probably would connect if I put it here or here, but I simply don't want to. So put it there. We have a transcription table. What does the transcription table do for us? Absolutely nothing. At least, not yet. Because we need to be able to fill this slot. And that's the tough slot to fill right now. Though I do need another ink. So we'll take this ink. I'll actually replace my Arcanist table ink with it. We need this. This ink I'll try to repair, which does work. Durability-based tedium is swiftly dealt with by any submod that can repair things, and I love it. So now we need to make this thing. I know exactly what that thing is. It is this book, which is made with more ink, vellum, 2 string, 3 mundane rings. That'll be interesting. And a bunch of symbols, as usual. I do have a ring pattern where I could bang out all 3 rings. But before I do any of that, I'm going to take some silver downstairs into the trading area and see if I can have a word with our one of our mage friends right after I plant a bunch of potatoes. Because our wonderful farming robot has run out of things to do. What's that noise? Who dares? You bullet. And that problem was solved. I cast bullet. Now you can give me more ink, which I certainly wouldn't mind. But I don't think this is the guy I need to be trading with. I think this is the guy I need to trade with. And he does sell me 3 rings right off the top. Excellent. I could also use a few more of these just for funsies, but before I buy too many, let's see what he levels up to since his XP is full. I cast Fist! Ooh, Construct Frame Axe. So this allows us to build 1 axe arm for a golem. I don't actually think we need one, since wood is not a problem with some other mods we have going on. What I am going to do is buy a whole bunch of these so he levels. And buy a whole bunch of these because I like them. And now Construct Frame Torso. That's a big buy. Because one of these is required for every golem you make. It has to have a chest. It has to have a main body. We can use this rune to make the main body. And now as a master, I need to get my tools. I need to go get my tools right now. So that trade, in case you missed it, was Runesmith's Hammer and Runesmith's Chisel for Runesmith's Hammer and Runesmith's Chisel. Which, to see why that was so valuable, involves looking very closely at the tooltips. Because on the ones that he was selling, they had the Mana Repair enchantment. And keeping these 2 tools in good repair is one of the bigger pains in the neck that this mod has to offer. Durability-based tedium strikes again. So what I'm going to do here is make myself some more copper. Sorry, make some more transmuted silver so I can purchase them. And you know what? While I'm at it, since it's the same spell, we'll pile on a lot of gravel so we can get flint. Now we have our transmute spell. silver, and flint. Amazing. Being able to hold that spell down and just crush out all of that is so much better than than having to pull out the wand and use the transmute pattern each time I want to transmute up to 9 blocks. So for a little bit of extra mana, that sustained transmute cone, definitely worth it. We'll cook these, store this. Need these rings, holding onto those. We're going back down to the trading hall. Alright, Runesmith's Hammer and silver gives us the Runesmith's Hammer of Mana Repair. Or it would if this wasn't damaged. We'll do it with the chisel anyway. I have to dunk this in the blood chest to fix it up before I can do this trade. While we're here, Mr. Farmer will take my wheat. I'll use that to buy another bookshelf. Soon the bookshelf nonsense will be dealt with. Also, I don't know what floor blocks I want to put here. We just left this as a whole for future aesthetics, and I don't know what I want to do with it yet. The warehouse still has no roof. I don't foresee that changing anytime soon. There's the chisel. Repair the hammer. Done. What else can we do while I'm running around everywhere? I actually needed that ink. And 2 string. So we'll take the ink back. Two string. And then 3 vellum. Do I have it? Exactly. Alright, rune sequence. Octoro Triangulus Religo. Religo. Adamas Abnecto Inverso Triangulo. And that gives us something called the Book of Rote. Different incantation. The Book of Rote has a lot of interesting magic spell slots. The way this works is, several days ago you may have noticed that when we were casting spells, it may have mentioned that one or more spell components became rote. Every spell component has its own XP meter, and as we use it, we begin to memorize that component. These components that have completely green bars we have fully memorized. We have break, we have light, self, touch, projectile, and not much else is fully memorized yet. Using the Book of Rote, we can compile our very own spell using far more than the normal number of components. So we can do projectile light, which I have desperately needed for a long time. Make ourselves a proper light spell. And that's it. That costs no... I didn't have to write it here. I didn't have to scribe it. I didn't have to craft it in the altar. It's just a spell bullet. It's now just a light bullet now. It's that easy. This is what goes in this machine. And I don't like that. That is not a good tooltip. That tooltip means I'm going to have to mess with the Eldrin power system, which I hate. Because it's a whole bunch more infrastructure that I don't have the mental capacity to deal with. But I can make more vellum. Which I only need one of. That goes there. And so the purpose of this machine is to take a spell you've designed in the Book of Rote, and then copy it onto a spell scroll or a wand, and then I can, as a spell scroll, I can put it in my regular spell book, as opposed to carrying the Book of Rote around. The problem with this is that it demands Eldrin power. Yeah. So let's ask what the heck that means. We are currently Tier 3. Eldrin power doesn't really kick off until Tier 4. Though you can interact with it in Tier 3, it's just a lot less easy. This would be... Oh, it's not even here. There was an objective that we skipped back in Tier 2. That is the beginning of Eldrin power. So, what the heck is Eldrin power? Eldrin power is all these sachets we've been finding, which apparently we can make. So I guess that's a lot less troublesome than I gave it credit for. Eldrin power is... It's like... It's an ephemeral magical energy system. Kind of like V, I guess, from Thaumcraft. Initially, you can only obtain trace amounts by burning motes or sachets in an Eldrin fume filter. Later, there are Eldrin well springs, which is just fonts of magic. These are very important later, and not even very much later. As I said, they come into play in Tier 4 last I knew. So in order to get this spell copied over, I'm going to need Arcane Eldrin power. which means a fume filter and arcane sachets. The Eldrin fume filter is 4 arcane sandstone, table, bars, furnace. Simple. As I look in all the wrong places for the materials to make those things. I will cook more iron, though. Don't have any spare furnaces, so we'll just make one. All our iron is in storage here, so we'll just make a bars. Have that for later now. What else was it? A table and 4 arcane sandstone. The table involves 2 silver and planks. Very simple. I had the silver the entire time. And then we come to the sandstone. For regular sandstone... Oh, hello. Pay no attention to the strange poisonous dragonfly. It is silly and pointless, and we have disposed of it. Transmute. There, arcane sandstone. We are the magic furnace that makes that. I'll put my blank rune patterns in here. Alright, then we have triangle, triangle, bulk to row. We're getting there. I put my wand away. Triangle, and this one was octorow. There we go. Fume filter. Let me get a block for that floor. And oh, where am I going? All my blocks are here. I'll put this thing back there. This is where we're going to need that sachet, those arcane sachets, to make arcane power. The other option would be to use arcane motes, but that's a whole ritual to craft them, and I'd rather not spend the books on that. Oh. Witch hunters drop them. But witch hunters are my friends. Well, I guess some old-fashioned betrayal may be in order next time I see some of these guys. Pretty much. Some days, getting out of bed is the biggest mistake you make all day. And then it goes downhill from there. How much of this do I want? I guess a whole half stack of it. we're stacking rock to transform it. And it transforms everything except the blocks we're standing on. Which is kind of fascinating. So we're going to need a stock of this. And someday I'm just going to want a better spell to transform that with. But I made the best spell I could think of at the time. And so Arcane Stone, Cereblossom, Dust, Glowstone, and Book. Dust, Glowstone. I should have way more Glowstone than that. Where has all my Glowstone gone? I used a little bit of it to make... Actually, do I have Arcane Sachets already? No, it's the one that I don't. I know I used a little bit of Glowstone to make the lamps for the Dark Ritual Room, but I should have more than 18 Glowstone dust to my name. We have no paper or sugarcane. So we'll just take what Buddy Boy has cut. This has been my best idea so far in this world. This little recessed sugarcane area so that when they grow up one block, he sees them and comes to harvest. And he leaves them alone as long as they're below his detection radius. Best build ever. I just need tons of books for all these crafts anyway. I put all my Cereblossoms in here. I'll just take some of those too. How are we doing on ingredients? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, that's everything. Alright, let's get the rest of these ingredients placed. And the symbol is just a circle. Just a little circle. And I got 2 of them. Let's craft that twice more just to be safe. And now set 1 to burning. Which I need fuel for. Is that right? Eldritch power, supplying, conduits. Yeah, that's above my pay grade. Wait, no, it isn't. I still need a conduit. Because I can use this to get the Eldritch power into the air, but then I also need a conduit to get it into this machine. And it tells me about well springs, but I can't do anything with them yet. Yeah, the lesser conduit is just stick, chimerite, and a mote of the element needed. The advanced conduits require multiple motes, and yeah, that's tier 4 anyway. So, did I have the wisdom to give myself an extra? I did. Spare mote of magic, go. That's a stick. And a chimerite and the mote. Now I can put this basically right there. I want one piece of coal to finally get this thing burning. And is it working? Nope, I had to click that. Alright, now we are burning the sachet of Eldrin power. So the arcane power is going into the air. We've got a conduit right here. It's kind of supplying this with arcane power. I guess. Oh yeah, it's working, but it's working at whatever pace it darn well feels like. I have no idea how many of these I'm going to need. I guess that's a later problem. I'm going to put some of this stuff in here, in case I need to make more of those sachet things. I guess 5 of everything will be fine. And everything else goes back into storage. Put the wand away, put the book away. A conduit was found, but no arcane power is available. It stopped because it ran out of fuel. This is going to be more difficult than I anticipated. Alright, you want coal? I've got coal. Keep it up. Just keep burning through the power reserve that you have, and I guess burn more of these when you get there. You have no wellspring energy, because again, that's tier 4. I guess it's not going to tell me how much Eldrin power I have kicking around in the sky. I really don't know how many of these I'll need. I don't want to waste any. But that looks like I'm going to need quite a bit. Because this filling with white top to bottom is what completes the craft. Well, I guess I'll be back looking at that with some frequency. For now, let's just get this hammer swapped out. And I'll take another couple of spare ink, and sure, some of these charms. Herbalist's pouch. We found a renewable way to get flowers. And this guy is making some serious potato. I had no idea he'd be so efficient. Or maybe I just haven't been back in a while. Let's get our last bookshelf. I think it's our last bookshelf. Yep, that's the first row of bookshelf. Now I can either buy more bookshelves for the second layer, or I can just do occultism candles. Which would be 15 candles, 15 string, 15 tallow. Plenty of tallow. Tallow's easy enough to come by. How's my string going? That's enough. I wouldn't say it looks better than a double ring of bookshelves, but it looks different. And now we have a fully powered up enchanting table. Or do we? Because now I have the means to upgrade it and make a custom infuser, which just pulls all the randomness out of enchanting. Done. I had everything necessary in the storage system already. Can we go even further beyond? I think so. I just have to get my 2 netherite ingots. Now our enchanting is maxed out. Hello. That's friendly. That's on our side. Not a pixie. And now we can enchant like this. This thing has looting and mending, and I really don't know if this will break it because Tetra can be weird. And this has looting and mending and unbreaking and all the fun stuff. This is completely unenchanted. Let's give it the old silk touch. And it put the silk touch on the forward blade. Fine with me. Wait. Oh, 15 of 15. So I didn't even need the candles. But why is it 15 and not 30? Well, I can put infinity on my bow, but I think we've grown out of the bow. Because we have the magic now. That's fortune and mending. This hammer needs fortune. All the fortune we can fit. As for this pouch, oh, leather and string from the pouch itself, making the pouches a good buy. And mage flowers. So I'm just pretty pleased about those pouches now. Anyway, with our new power of Fortune 3, it's time to crack these geodes. Pristine lapis lazuli. Yep, that's why we put fortune on that hammer. Now let's do the other geodes. And also put the hammer away. Alright, that's mostly done. At least over half done. What are we waiting on here? Another sachet. I will happily do these one at a time so they're not wasted. Alright. Other geodes. Get to smashing. Blah 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 blah. Diamonds, pristine emerald, surprising amount of copper and iron, some lapis, some redstone, pristine diamond, pristine amethyst. So here's what all these things are for. I've got this phantom membrane binding, but the other option besides binding is a socket. Socket allows you to stick a gem in there, and it alters the weapon's stats. It seems I can't really do that to my hammer, because without the binding, my max integrity goes down to 7, and my hammer doesn't like that anymore. So we are not socketing anything in the hammer. How about my pick? I don't have a binding on here. Maybe I can fit a socket. Oh yeah. Okay. So let's arrange things in here so we can see what happens here. Diamond, lapis, emerald, and let me get a regular amethyst for contrast. So if we socket a regular amethyst, it gets the reaching property. which makes it faster for 22% faster for a target more than 3 blocks away, which is very useful because it only increases reach by half a block. 48 durability, and another 5 points of attack, half a point of attack range. If I go up to the pristine version, that's reaching 33% instead of 22. The attack range and reach go up by a full block as opposed to a half block. So the pristine versions of gems give the same bonuses but better. Lapis gives a property called Intuit, which gives it honing progress from experience. Not really a big deal on my pickaxe here. My pickaxe is already ready to hone. And what am I going to put on it but more durability? Lapis Plus makes that 2 instead of 1. So double the XP bonus to my honing progress. Diamonds. That's 500 durability, a little bit of damage, or 700 durability with an advanced diamond. And then emerald gives it crit, up to 30% crit with a pristine emerald. Well, I think I want the pristine diamond in here, because plus 700 durability, it doesn't even have 700 durability on its own. So there we go, diamond socketed pickaxe. And that is what the pristine gems do. I've got all these bone charms, which I'm kind of happy to stick one in my charm slot. And just hang on to the others. We also got that transcriptionist achievement, which means this is done. So I now have an improved light spell, because it's projectile now. Meaning I no longer need my old light spell. What can we do with old spells? Stick them in wands. Or use the Ritual of Alteration to edit them. Neither is a very impressive option. So this old spell can just go. We now have light bullets, and can place lights wherever we need them at range. What other spells might we want to play with? Well, I need this Self-Eldrin Flight for later. Chain is a good component. Emanation. I need an emanation spell so I can start learning this component. But what to do with it? Not arcane damage, I have spell bullet for that. Blink, A blink emanation would be very strange and not particularly useful. It would just make any entity too close to me teleport forward. And most entities that I would want to be teleporting that are too close to me are facing me. So this would just make zombies warp into my face. Not very bright. Bloom. I don't actually know what Bloom does. Where's my book? Sorcery. Bloom. It uses bone meal in the spell's AoE radius, and actually requires and consumes bone meal unless you're with the fairy courts. So that's a potential bonus effect if I liked the pixies. But I'm not with those guys. Break. Emanation break. Just stand in a room and push the walls out, shattering them. Collapse just makes blocks fall. Which in the right circumstances could be like a poor man's silk touch. But I have real silk touch, so I'm not concerned about that. Can't make any of these, because I am the wrong faction. Crystallize. Crystallize puts a mob in a diamond. Which is interesting, but that's what occultism soul gems are for. And the occultism soul gems are reusable. Divination we already have. Earth Sky I don't see a use for. Exchange. Our old friend the Wand of Equal Trade in spell form. You just use it on a block and it turns it into another block. Fire, flame. Emanation frost damage has potential. Because frost damage is useful in the nether and would shred things like imps and blazes. They actually have frost-based vulnerability to this element. Insight. Insight is not something for an emanation spell. Emanation Impale just radiate spikes along the ground. Could be cool. Would be slow. Ice Spike. Basically the same thing but cold. Lightning damage. I really want a lightning spell to work. But lightning is automatically more expensive than every other element. Automatically more. Mana cost 30, frost. Mana cost 30, lightning. It used to be automatically more expensive than every other element. Place block. Night vision, poison. Rift is good. Not as an emanation spell. Rift would be yet another inventory. Spectral crafting stations. Shrink is a little bit funny. Shatter. What is Shatter? If targeting a creature that is frozen, will shatter the ice surrounding them to deal a large amount of frost damage. Okay, how do creatures become frozen? Does frost damage do that? Slows, builds up frostbite. It can freeze water. If damage is high enough, it can freeze it lava to obsidian. This doesn't tell me about how to encase things in ice for the shatter component. There is the soaked condition. But it doesn't tell me what the soaked condition actually does. Casting resources, souls, brimstone, fire, ice, detailed defection entries. We went over that. Mana regenerates. Mana regenerates better if you are full. Shield slows mana regeneration. I did not know that. And mana potions. Souls, the casting ability of the undead, don't respond to mana potions. I didn't know that either. So bottom line, shatter, not useful. Not until we know more. Shear, I could just sheep, radiate, shear all the sheep in the zone. Slow, spectral web. Really, spectral web. Maybe wouldn't want to do that with the emanation spell, because that would surround me in webs. Which is as much a problem for me as it is for everyone else. Weakness, water walking, telekinesis, splash. How much water do you need? Instant ocean. So I think it's going to be the frost damage. And then we'll need radius and duration and damage. So this is an uncomfortable number of reagents, including every sword in the world. 2 runes. Arcane rune's a new one. But it looks like we basically have everything. Except, of course, for the pufferfish. More pufferfish are on the table. And again, I'm not going to mess with any of these buttons, because the only thing messing with these buttons does during spell creation is make the spell cost more to create. We can modify these modifiers freely after the spell is built. I'm going to take a bunch of paper, stick it in there, and get this spell crafting. While that one writes, what will it take to make Eldrin Flight? Of course, a mode of magic, and books, and other things that we really don't want to deal with. Let's see how much of this I actually have to worry about, and how much of this is experimental. So we've got armor stand. Is there a book in the system? There are books in the system. Part of this will be part of the experiment I'm doing to see if the inscription, to see if this altar of spellcrafting can draw from the wormhole and therefore our storage system. If it can't, then I'll just go ahead and pull items out of there and put them in this barrel like we have done before. So all of this is in the system. I need to make a compass. We have string. We have empty maps here. So it's just the compass we need to make and the mode of magic. There's the compass. I'll stick it in the barrel. So, mode of magic, and then these 3 bottles. Bottles, just bottle symbols. Inverso triangulo, quadratum, orbis. Draw the sign, bottle it. Draw the sign, double it. Bottle it. The third one was orbis. It's Orban time. These all go in the barrel. Piece of vellum. What we're scribing the spell to. And now we need the moat. Mode of magic should be just a matter of... Oh. Yeah, Ritual of Forgotten Lore, which I have the ingredients for, including a bunch of books. And so that should be it. I should be able to just go to the ritual chamber and get that going. Except we have a problem. We have several problems. Ow. So that was a death cap sent by the Fae, and a lantern spirit sent by the demons, that both had a pretty good shot at taking us out. At the end of the day, though, they didn't manage. And we're going to carry on with our business as though they didn't exist. Because now they don't. Ugh, feeling dry. Anyway, one mode of magic for safekeeping, and one for spellcraft. And that should be all we need to get this going. If it fails, then we'll know it can't take items from the wormhole. It definitely took the Ventium. It works. It works, because some of those ingredients only existed in the storage system. Now we'll just call that ley line flight. And what should it look like? I'm thinking this. Eldrin Flight is an interesting spell, which I'm sure the word interesting kind of has a bit of semantic saturation with us by now. Because I call a lot of things interesting with very little explanation. In order for Eldrin Flight to function, it has to be cast twice. The first time it's cast, you'll see these white particles that point from you to nearby sites of power. This doesn't last long, but it gives you an idea of which directions you can go. Face one of these and cast it again, and away we go, as a sparking ball of nothing. We're now here. Why are we here? I don't know. I would need even more items to tell you why we're here specifically. Okay, I'm making stuff up. I do know why we're here. We still need more items, though. But the reason we've landed here is because this is an Eldrin Wellspring. We just can't see it. There's a whole potion effect we need to be able to see them, and then you have to build a whole structure to be able to harness them. But without the ability to take advantage of these things, it's still an interesting travel spell. Because without too much control, I can just pick a direction and go places at really high speeds. And land in an inaccessible cave? Why am I in a cave pocket? Well, this has never happened to me before. But it tells me something important. It tells me the developer fixed a soft lock problem with Eldrin Flight. In previous versions of the mod, a major problem with Eldrin Flight, but also kind of not a problem if you think about it, is that when you landed at the Wellspring site, it placed you on top of the highest block at that XY coordinate. What? There's a wellspring in my cactus farm. I inadvertently built right next to a wellspring. Well, that's going to be nice later. But as I was saying, the problem with being placed on the highest block at the XY coordinate of a wellspring is, what's the highest block in the nether? The nether roof is a solid plane of bedrock. So if you use Eldrin Flight in the nether, I should say used, because this has demonstrably been fixed. But if you used Eldrin Flight in the nether, you would end up on the nether roof, with no way down. Unless you brought your own portal materials or had previously set a recall marker, which again, only Council faction gets access to the recall spell, then you'd be completely out of luck. This is, again, the voice of experience, but I had a recall marker set up in advance. Not because I knew that would happen, but just because I needed a way to get back to my nether stronghold area. So, what's next on the docket? We scribed the rote spell. That's how we got our light bullet. 12 of the 15 tasks means we can only skip 3. Let's craft an artifact. Kind of have to do that anyway. Not that one. This one. Bracelet of Eldrin Power. Well, there's the mode of magic. A mana crystal fragment that we made in advance, and a mundane bracelet. Mundane bracelet means rune forging, beginning with this pattern. Also, as I think about it, I need to cook 2 more of these for other runes needed. Bracelet. So, based on the guide I'm looking at, I can't tell a thing. I'm just going to have to assume that it starts like this. Because one of the big problems with the whole guide thing on the left of the screen is that it's not clear whether it starts at the actual edge of the rune or if it's smaller than the entire space of the rune. Like, where's the border? What's the scale? Can I have a grid? But since the pattern seems to fit, we must have done something right. I have the water pattern. Need a water rune for this spell. This spell requires a water rune and an arcane rune. So we also need to scribe an arcane rune while we're in the business of runes. The arcane rune is, to my knowledge, the most complicated rune pattern in the mod. It looks like this. And again, at one time I could do this from memory. It's just a matter of starting with known elements of the pattern and then extrapolating the more complex fiddly bits as the pattern takes shape. Now, if only I could do that with regard to other types of art. It's really seeming like this mana repair property may not have been worth the price. This is really slow repair. Also, why is this not auto-supply? There we go. That's supposed to be auto-supply by filling my rune. There's the arcane pattern. I'm going to want to charcoal it. Having as many of these charcoal scribing recipes as possible is a pretty big deal. Because first of all, it allows you to have the pattern as an easy reference guide right in the table and not have to look at the faded little map on the left. And secondly, these recipes are required for showing golems how to do it. They are how you get golems to scribe your runes for you. If you don't have a rune scribing pattern, then you can't instruct a golem how to make a rune. I'm aware I've just said like the same thing 6 different ways. So, let's make this nonsense. I've got Vintium. I should have... no, I think my daylight detectors have all been consumed. Yeah, they're gone. Wait, I'm getting distracted. I was making the bracelet. We'll come back to that. We have bracelet, moat, crystal fragment. Bracelet, moat. Oh, I lost a piece of chalk. And crystal fragment. 1 and 2 and 3. Get the wand out. And we go triangle, circle, split triangle, triangle, upside down triangle, diamond. Now we have this thing. What'd it do? Well, we charge it up with our mana and put it on in the bracelet slot. And that's about it. It will occasionally allow us to cast spells for free under certain nebulous and difficult to define circumstances. I mean, the description makes clear what it's supposed to do, but frankly, I don't believe it. I think it's lying. But it's our faction artifact. Maybe I could do the Eldritch Orb next. Eldritch Orb, Crystal Fragment, End Crystal, an Arcane Rune, a Defense Rune, and it goes in the head slot. You know, that could be worse. First thing, we don't have an available pattern for the Defense Rune. Defense Rune pattern. At this point, I may as well just make a bunch of this stuff. Because runes are going to be a thing. We'll cook this one, and then set those to be ready. So this one will cook faster than the stack of 7, significantly so. I guess while all that was going on, I can think about this spell more, which again is the daylight detector. Glass, nether quartz, slabs. Perfect. Put that in the barrel. That has to cook again. Pufferfish again. And every type of sword. But this is ready now, so we can think about that in a little bit. Defense rune, which I never made a pattern for. I have ring, arcane, and water. So we gotta make a charcoal rubbing of this one too. So that's the defense rune. And another arcane roof, which I should have had that cooking. Well, cooking stuff again. May as well make these swords. And yes, I'm making 3 of each, because I will doubtless have to make this component again. That's all 5 sword types. How are the cooking doing? Recook. Glyphs. Red, okay, a white, 2 red, a blue, two red, blue, this gives us our white, cyan, light blue. Already have a spare light blue dye from a previous spell. Cyan is, I believe, made with green. green and blue. That's all the runes in our spell recipe. Sorry, all the glyphs. This is all the runes. That's spare arcane, and we'll put the defense rune. What did I do with the defense rune? Oh, it's in here. Which means this arcane rune goes here. I'm confusing myself by doing too much at once. Yeah, there's the two runes. Crystal fragment and crystal. Why am I going over here? Everything I need to make the end crystal should be in my storage system. Mostly everything. What? I hear crossbow noises, which means there's a faction conflict, but more importantly, it means I can bonk some of my friendly witch hunters for arcane sachets. There, we just rudely pillaged some of our friends. And there's the end crystal. And now we just need the magic symbols. Triangle, circle, and more different triangle. And we charge up the orb. Its mana capacity is basically my entire mana bar. And stick it on our head. I don't see it floating around. What does it do? You can infuse with my mana. I can equip it, it will levitate near my head, and it lashes out at monsters. It can be enchanted. With Bane of Arthropods, Flame, Knockback, Multi-Shot, Quick Charge, Smite. I guess that's it. Alright, let's get this thing down to our enchantment. This doesn't look particularly enchantable. Unless it's supposed to be done a different way. I don't see quick charge in this list. Oh, here it is. This doesn't look too bad. I mean, it's another rune type that I don't have access to yet, or haven't made yet. And then a bunch of cheap ingredients. How about Smite, maybe? Or Multi-Shot? Multi-Shot is a bit more expensive. Mode of Air. Ugh. Motes. I don't have a Mode of Air ritual circle yet. Can I just use a book? Because I used to have a quick charge crossbow. That I was going to strip the enchantment from. I guess it must have accidentally been consumed. Unless it went somewhere else. No, I can't imagine where else it would have gone. I'd also probably better strip these enchantments before I start making more crafts that involve swords. Two books, make them blood books. I'm taking mending first. And then I'm taking... It won't go in. Because that's the wrong book. This book. Taking Smite. Can I put Smite on the orb in an anvil? Why, yes. Alright, back to spellcraft. And pufferfish. I've got the flowers, I've got the chimerite. I might not have magma cream. I do have magma cream. I have blaze powder, snowballs, TNT. Almost certainly don't have TNT. We'll just make a few TNT. I've got bone ash, but it's in here. How do we get bone ash again? Burning bones. That should have been more obvious. And yeah, apart from the pufferfish, we're ready to go. So that makes it fishing time again. Or it would if it weren't dark. Wow, now that's a food. I'm not going to use the crop rod anymore. We're going with the meaty rod. Let's also get lure on it. And all the unbreaking we can stand. And I'd also do luck of the sea, but I want fish and not treasures. Nope, another poison thingy. Bonk. Uh-oh. So this has got to be part of my occultism area. Because that's where I use these types of blocks. Yep, there it is. And that's going to extend this way and make this little depression a lot rockier. Anyway, it is time for fish. And possibly beef. We'll see. That's a cod. One pufferfish. I really don't know why spellcasting, why spellcrafting requires so many fish. I suppose it could be worse. I know there are later components, or maybe just components I'm not using, that require coral. Maybe I do want to get Luck of the Sea on here. Because this rod is at least partially part of a whole other fishing system. So maybe I could get some more unique enchanted books, or whatever else it uses. Blah blah blah, this might be a good idea. Epic enchantment book. It was already a good idea. I mean, there's no pufferfish, but at least it's better than rotten flesh. And there's still the lucky pad fragments, which I still don't know how to use. Maybe I should have looked that up before streaming today. Two pufferfish. Oh, we did get a free piece of meat. A free raw mutton for using the meaty rod. I just want to snag a few more pufferfish so we have them when they're inevitably required. Instead, I'm getting epic enchantment books. I mean, Britannia was like this too. There was that ring of Chordata that increased your swimming speed by a lot, and it required 2 specific fish to craft. A dozen cod, 2 pufferfish. At this rate, I might be better served looking up which ocean biome pufferfish are more likely to appear in, and going hunting. A legendary enchantment book and rare enchantment book. So we're stacking up all the enchantments, and we also got a villager fishing rod, the one that can get us emeralds. But the sun is setting, and there's no sign of additional pufferfish. Excuse me. Bone ash, fish. That's nothing. Wait, that is where that goes. Nope, I moved it here. Can I make this lucky pad work on either of these rods? No. Do I place the lucky pad? Maybe not. Do I place it on water? Also no. Anvil. Still no. Yep. Lucky pad remains a mystery. Let's just get this started with a piece of vellum. Oh no, I forgot the meta weaves. Inverse triangle, Orbeus. That's 2 bottles. Or could I just use the wand to draw that shape? Can we? Well, I don't need to bottle the shapes after all to make this work. But I do want to move this back. Anyway. Emanation, frost damage. This is one of the staple spells in my arsenal. I always call it the same thing. The Eye of Winter. Now that the spell's been crafted, we can raise its height by 1, its radius, basically wherever I feel like, the damage by a little, don't need much, and the duration especially. Now, need a way to test this out. Fortunately, I have something to do that very thing. Never. Whenever possible, I never make a mod pack that doesn't have this mod in it. It's such a simple and straightforward mod. All it does is provide me a target dummy. Which I think I want to place over here. This should be sufficiently out of the way. That's it. That's the guy. Punch him, he shows you damage numbers. And now my orb is angry at it. Maybe don't waste your mana on that. So from our friend the target dummy, we can see that Mage Bullet does 10 damage. A pretty reliable 10 damage, even if you miss. Now let's test Eye of Winter. Just a bunch of 6s. And with every hit, it applies 3 seconds of slowing. Maybe we can increase the slow duration. I still want the radius. I guess that'll do. We just move around the numbers a little bit. That's 3 points of complexity to add half a point of damage, so we'd have to reduce our complexity by 6 elsewhere for that to be 7 damage. Which might not be worth it. Also, the test dummy is still vibrating. You okay there, buddy? I guess not. I guess the imposed animation of the cold-based slowness doesn't really go away. Emanation is a difficult spell type. It's a difficult spell component to get to be rote, because you don't get experience for casting it unless you hold it the full duration. Actually, that's not true. It used to be true. Or maybe I just assumed it was true. Yeah, I saw the experience bar move even when I ended it early. So that was never true, or I'm just confused. And we'll put our orb back on. We've got blood and this flesh. That guy's doing things. Let's see what all our books are. Common. Despoil 1, Curse of Breaking 2. I mean, Despoil is good. It's Flesh Plunderer, but in an enchantment. Curse of Breaking, though, not as enthused with. Maybe I can wash that off. That would be a no. Next up, Rare. 1, 2, 3. Smite 3. Blast Protection 4. Curse of Vengeance 3. Kinda bad. Quick Charge 2 and Channeling. You know, we did want Quick Charge on the orb. But it won't go. Maybe because of the channeling. Epic enchantments. That's a lot. Efficiency, Sharpness, Piercing, Curse of Breaking 3. Bane of Arthropods 5, Power 5. Those are some really big enchantments. And then the Legendary book has Curse of Breaking, Curse of Vengeance, Efficiency, Life Stealing, and Unbreaking. Yeah, that's some stuff right there. These enchanted books are wild. I'm gonna put them in here. Though maybe I should build an M&A bookcase and put the enchantments in there instead. It's a thought. Instead, what I should probably do is grab all these and see which ones I can study now. That's the wrong table. This table. Blink, check. Insect Swarm, check. Sunder, check. Telekinesis. Magnitude. Tier is too low for magnitude. Transit tunnel. Nope. Drown. Nope. Embers. Nope. Shatter. We've seen that one. Confuse. Explosion. Nope. Smite. Check. Rift. Check. Grow. Check. Briarthorn Barrier. Check. Sigil. Flame Cloak. Nope. Purge. That sounds ominous. And Crucible. Now we have far fewer of those. But someone is going to have to explain Purge to me. Purge. Strips beneficial effects from the target, dealing damage and draining mana for each one. It's undead specific. So, goodbye to your buffs. Arcane damage does damage, burns some mana, and does double damage to summoned creatures. That's probably a bigger deal in player combat. Because I don't know of any NPCs, any mobs that can summon. Or any things to fight that count as summoned. Oh yeah, we looked at Backdraft the other day. Blind. Blink is a short-range forward teleport. Crystallize, yep. Bind a creature within a diamond. Earthquake. I don't know why it's telling me about Earthquake, because I don't think I've seen Earthquake in here. Yeah, I have Earth Sky, but not Earthquake. Illusory Creeper. That's a trolling spell, if there ever was one. Insect Swarm. Ah. So the swarm of insects attempts to poison nearby hostile targets. That's basically useless. There are very few mobs that are vulnerable to poison. Although maybe the special M&A faction mobs may be poisonable. It requires a whole bee nest. Oh, and it's undead specific. So, never mind on all that. Lacerate, bleeding wounds, no tab, so I can't see the components. Earthquake also has no tab. Okay, so these spells simply may not exist yet. We're looking at placeholders for spells that have not yet been made. Spectral web is just a web. Wait, does entangle no longer exist? Oh no, I don't think it does. I think it's spectral web now. Aw, entangle was my favorite spell component. So, what's our next move? I don't like the idea of a sanctum. I mean, they're kinda good, very limited in where they can affect, and the biggest problem is they're expensive to build. Magic level 45 is coming. Eye of Ender has potential. Let's get ourselves some more... What's the moon like? Half moon? But let's find some more ender pearls. Also, more of these would be nice. Whoa! Hello! Glad my Eldritch Eye noticed. I'll just freeze you solid. Whoa! He just vaults at us. And only dropped the Ender Sachet. Looking for Enderman, not Barklings. Whee! I think I heard a dog bark. I did. Ventium dust for killing my friend the Spellbreaker. Always need more leather. Just running down bats with Eye of Winter to make sure I get the sharp things. I haven't seen a single Enderman yet. Ice spell really shreds though. Daybreak? No Enderman. We do, however, have an inventory just glutted with miscellaneous nonsense. Hello. Bonk you. Thanks for showing up. Alright, let's go home. Home is too far away. 679, and I have a range limit of 500. Actually, I had a range limit of 500. A spell tier ago. Can we increase range? No. That makes the complexity 80. So I just need to get within 500 and then I can teleport home. This should be enough. The power of poof. Poof and you're there. Extremely limited by distance. So one thing I might want to get going is the whole blood-based mob farm machine. I'm going to need the book for that. And the box of closure with the vengeance spirit in it. I know I have another one of those as well. It should be here. Nope, it's here. And contains dinner bone. That's interesting to note. Okay. So this is the Abusing Spirits chapter. Which is done with the Spirit Furnace. What you do with the Spirit Furnace is you build a box big enough to contain the mob in question, and feed this box with a spirit box and blood. So it revives the spirit and then immediately cooks it alive, which results in the drops of these mobs being collected, and then the spirit returns to the box of eternal closure to... it puts the spirit back in the box to be revived again. And this is made of dark bricks infused with blood. There's a blood infusion core, which makes the main block. There's also the spirit reanimator, which can take a captured spirit and put it into a spawn egg. What I also need is this vengeance ring. The vengeance ring is basically the ring of Ghostbuster, with vengeance focus. Yeah. Freezes vengeance spirits and can force them into boxes of eternal closure. And I'll also need a vengeance ring, because without the ring, I can't see the spirits. So I need 2 of these rings, and then I upgrade one of them. Just iron and dust. crushed dark gem, as they call it. One, and a second one to put in here, which makes a bigger one. I guess I'm taking off the break ring for now, which is fine. I haven't been using the break spell all that much. Put on the vengeance ring. Then we have the box of closure at the ready. Open the box. We get this loud, freaky ghost. It comes after us and tries to do damage, and we really can't hurt it in turn. At least as far as I know. Yeah, I can inflict slowness but not damage. And then it touches us, disappears, and does a little damage. The important thing, though, is that this box is now open and empty. And I'll want this ring off. Because the less we interact with those spirits, the better. If I see an imp, though, the ring is going back on, and we're going to get the imp in the box. Dark bricks are made of stone bricks, and blocks of dark gem. This is what makes the machine so darned expensive. Because, you know, dark blocks. Entire blocks of dark gem. It's a little ridiculous. I also need one of these to make the core with. We're kind of getting to the point where I need more of these hardened blood shards as well. As for the location of the Hateful Blood Machine, I think we'll put that right here. And I don't really know how big I want it to be. A 2x2 interior to be safe. And then some amount of blocks high. Really though, for simplicity, this should be down one level. Or should it? I can build up all I want here. Yeah, we're being awfully calm about this for a guy with a giant hole in his side of his house. All I really need is for a creeper to just show up. One of these to run the machine. At least now a creeper can't get in. that is how tall I would like it to be. It's 3 blocks high, so you can fit an Enderman in here. And it's too wide, so I guess you could fit a cow. I don't know if cows are considered wide like that, but, you know, just in case. Still incomplete. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11-ish. Looks like I still have plenty of dark gems even after all this. So I'm glad I took the time to hunt those out and use the vengeance pickaxe on them. Also, these bloodstains are like 5 buckets, because I've just been ignoring them for that long. These 4 extremist bloodstains are too far away for the dark tank to reach, so they just accumulate. It's complete. This is why I held on to this upgrade. And we need to make lots of promises of productivity. And we get the dusted bowl. I want to make some more boxes. It costs ender chests, which is a bit of a pain there. So I know I saw a little flicker of wings. One of the poisonous label things is out here. No? Come on. I know I saw it. Where are you? I guess I'm just hallucinating problems now. And this mod set doesn't even have a sanity mechanic. Redust and refill full. Promise. I might find out how high these stack now, because I'm planning to put 6 of these here. Nope, they only stack high. They only stack 4 high. Good to know. So I guess the extra 2 are going back into this one. Never enough leather. Now, let's see what this dinner bone box does. It consumed blood like crazy, which was expected. Though with 4 promises of productivity reducing the cost, I'm kind of shocked. How quickly it goes down. Maybe I want more productivity in here and not redstone. And not speed. So dinner bone box has given us 2 shears. Not exactly impressive. This used to work. I guess not anymore. No cons. Box is empty now. Extra shears don't mean anything. What I am going to try and do, though, is solve our leather problem and our food problem at the same time. So I just need an open area to work with, like these ritual areas. Here's the empty box of eternal closure. Now, putting on the vengeance ring, preparing the vengeance focus, and preparing a captured cow. So we have cow, dead cow, cow ghost. Cow ghost gets ghost busted into the box. Now a box containing cow. The rings come off because they are dangerous by themselves. We got leather, beef, and a box of leather and beef forever. As long as I have the blood to feed it. How's 20 buckets of blood sound with our new savings? That's a nice speed. That blood ticks down real slow. I mean, the numbers are flying, but at least they're only flying in the 2 digits. And of course, we have the sounds of cow death. That's not how barrels work. Wait, wildland? Really? That shouldn't happen. Because the spirit furnace shouldn't count as a flesh plundery thing. Well, in any event, as long as we can keep the blood coming, we now have unlimited beef and leather, making vellum and books no longer an issue, making food no longer an issue. are going to need more sugarcane farm. Which, if I remember right, we have this guy harvesting out to here. So I could just go ahead and make another row of sugarcane here. Deploy infinite replicating water. Replace this with dirt. And now I have a nice convenient trench to plant more sugarcane in. That should grow and be collected by our friend here, increasing our paper production. We also still have the manual sugarcane down here, which, boy, have I ever been ignoring. That's plenty more paper. This bile gland goes over here in the fleshy storage. I also have all these flesh bits now. So I also need a space for a rune of air. That's gonna be another pain. Because the rune of air rituals, ritual of, which one is it? Untamed Wind. High above the clouds. Have to be at least 132 high. Oh, is that what Rain Cloud in the bottle is for? At least it doesn't require fireworks and silk anymore. So why 137? Here. So the mountain isn't quite high enough. Close, though. And some of the trees are. I guess I can work with that. I'll just use this treetop. And what to build it with? It's very much a white color. Air. I could do smooth calcite for the rune blocks. Actually, I don't want white for the rune blocks because the chalk runes. The chalk itself is white. Wait, it said high above the clouds, but it also said 137 was high enough. 137 is not above the clouds. What gives? Smooth stone will do it. I'll just cook a few stacks of smooth stone. And then what else can we use? I've actually used bone block before, which was a choice. Not a great choice, but it was a choice. The important thing for me anyway is not to use any blocks that are flammable, because the last thing I need is a lightning strike to take out my ritual build, and then try to teleport up there and not have a floor. Okay, now this is just obnoxious. I know I had an axe rune in here and have not used it. What happened to the axe rune that I bought? I kind of miss Holy Stone from the Chisel mod. It was kind of this color. It made very musical noises as you walked across it. My appreciation of that material was not exactly shared by my other friends playing. One in particular hated the noise. But to this day, sometimes I still make amethyst floors, because that's as close as I can get to sounding like I'm jingling as I walk across my home. Okay, Ritual of the Wind, very strangely shaped. I should probably leverage the deep slate again for the actual place runes here areas, just to contrast it with the white runes themselves that will be being placed. negative space, we'll do one of these, and it will be funky. There we go. Edged brick. Or edged lattice. That'd be fine. Alright, here's the tree. And let's just confirm that height. Yeah, above Y132. We're at Y156. So it will definitely work here. Untamed Wind is always a weird one to build, because you have to start, well, at least the way I build it, you usually end up starting in the middle. I'm going to build one block above the tree, because I plan to chop down the tree later. Alright, this is the central block. And then it's 1, 2, and that. 1 off of this corner. 2 off of this corner. Another 1, 2, and this way. Then from the middle here, 1, 2, and this way. I need a negative block so I can put this here. And another negative block so I can put this here. And we fill out the rest of the pattern. I'm not exactly a big fan of it. It works, it fits the pattern, but it's not my best work. Maybe I need a different negative space block. Ugh. Yeah, because I am not at all on board with how this looks. That's fine for a border. Really, the interior blocks aren't that great either. And something... Oh, I see ya. Get blasted. Pixie turned to dust. What we will do here is place a marking rune in this location so I can get back to it easily. Okay, he's going left, so like earth, air, fire, water. Usually the pattern I do it in. So last position, second to last position. Whoa. This one's arranged differently. There we go, earth, air. Which means as long as we're doing that, let's go get earth. Drop straight down to our earth area. Marker. Recall home. And that is the last position, and our anvil's gone. Should have expected that. Kinda did expect it. Need better blocks. Smoother looking blocks. That's actually pretty nice. And we'll do the rough, smooth stone so it looks a little bit like clouds. A little bit. We'll pretend this doesn't look like skulls. Oh yeah, that's much better. this isn't a whole ton better, it's at least not appreciably worse. I can tolerate this. There. That's our strange blobular air room. But we're not quite done. I'm going back to the latticey stuff. Where'd it go? Not that. The block that we already used, where'd it go? This one. And we may actually need more of that. Fortunately, we have volunteers. Volunteerial. Volunteer material. I have to find it again. There we go. And the reason we have to do this is because, well, because we're up. So because we're up, so very high, it can be a good idea to arrange a guardrail. It won't look very nice, but it doesn't have to. An argument could also be made for putting a roof on it, but I think we'll pass on that. But now we have a ritual of airsight. Actually, first we definitely need to put some lights on it. That's weird. These went to the corner blocks, but these place themselves on top of the wall. Why would that be? And now these are not placing themselves on top of the wall. Mysterious. Anyway, that finishes the ritual site for the mote of air. I don't need any motes of air right now, but this is at the ready when we will. It's in my book of marks. Surely becomes clear why being a council member is one of the better factions. No other faction gets teleport. I think the last thing I want to do for today's stream is get an anvil upgrade in my backpack so I have an infinite anvil and don't have to worry about breaking it. We certainly have the iron. So that's 2 anvils, 2 iron, a diamond, and an upgrade base. There's the upgrade base, and there's everything else. Now, besides my little stack upgrade and my pointless salvaged jukebox, now we have an anvil. And I can rename my marking runes right here in my inventory without having to find an anvil or make more anvils. We just have that capability. That's pretty comfy, I gotta say. So I think that'll about do it. Next time, maybe we'll get a construct going. Maybe we'll chase some Eye of Ender. If I'm going to chase Eye of Ender, I'm going to need more Ender Pearls. So if that's the case, tomorrow we are probably going to be summoning some more possessed Endermen by sacrificing pigs and collecting more Ender Pearls. Today's accomplishments include a much more rounded out spell selection, including some actual combat spells, though I think I made this one yesterday. A better combat spell, let's say that. A better light spell. And we got 2 kinds of teleportation online that we are using very comfortably. To keep things going, well, that's a tomorrow problem. I'll see you then.